Good morning and happy new year, crypto fam. I hope everyone had a safe holiday. Um, this is the Coin King channel. I am your host, Down to Crypto TA. We're probably looking at what could be the last short potential here for Bitcoin's price action. You can see I have this position right here that I'm admiring. I'm probably going to push this up into the 786 and look for a rejection from the 786. This is set for a 50 move against price action, and then it's a 3-to-1 risk to reward, which we'll have to wait and see if we're going to get there. I'm going to go ahead and move this up just into this 786. I can see that we're already getting pretty extended here on this move. And beyond this point here, I would not expect, again, I would not expect price to come down as harsh from this point right here. So this would be the last opportunity I would have to say for a short position. And after that, market's looking pretty good here for Bitcoin. I'm gonna push out here where I had this sitting at. I did like it there, but if I can get a little bit more, then I feel a lot more comfortable with this because we're going to be around our average read for a move. Let's see, get that a little bit cleaner on there. It might be a little bit too high. Yeah, I'll go with that. Hopefully I didn't move it too much because that would have been a entry trigger right there. But I'm going to see if we can't push into the 786. What I'm trying to take into account right now is going to be this high here and then just the 786 alone. Initially, it was just for the standard deviation, two for the daily time frame, and that's why I'm saying beyond this point right here, you probably don't want to touch it because it could start to expand and you get caught up. It's been more like a squeeze in my opinion through here, but you can see how momentum is continuing to push higher and higher. So this particular setup right here did not play out as intended. What it was here for me, and I did post on this, that you had a potential coming into the golden pocket, which was right here. And this was the exact number that I gave here as well. And initially, I had this set up for a 25 risk here. So you risk a 0.25 here, and then only coming back to the top side of this box right here. And even with that setup, you can see how it didn't hit it. Like it missed it by like a dollar or two right there, where this candle right here is to the top side of this box. So I ended up letting price action come back against me, and I let it stop out my original order, and then I re-entered, but I left this as is, and then I extended the take profit on it, assuming that it wasn't going to go any higher. But yeah, it did. It did. It went higher. So right now I'm just looking for price for the chart to show me where a new value might be sitting at, which is why I'm trying to push for the 786 at this point. I probably should have left it where I just had it at. It looked like it had a chance to get into here, so I just figured why not just move it. Um, just give it a little bit more room. That's all I was trying to do there. I think I may have, I don't know, maybe I'm missing it. We'll see. We'll see. Yeah, but momentum so far, it hasn't come back. It hasn't broken any prior trend lines in here. We started out with this one here. We came back, we bounced off of it, and then we got that push into here. So it could still be extending a little bit higher, but I think we're gonna stall out just a bit here around the 786. And if not, again, leave it alone because market's probably gonna go higher. I'm going to go ahead and zoom out. You can see that, where that 786 is located. And it's just that same fiat pool from this high here down to this low here. So it's the same fit from earlier where we were, 618, 618, 618 right here. This initial move right here, before I move forward, this was from here. So that's where this one came from right here. All right, and we're pushing up, looking good, looking good. And I'm gonna take a chance right here. Again, you can't see it here, but I did. Well, I just explained to you that I tried this twice, right? So I've been stopped out twice already. I do have a long position open as well, and I got a long position from here that I still have this position right here open. So I'm not actually losing any money. I'm hedging, but I'm sticking to my stop losses. So I'm not moving my stop losses. I'm sticking to my stop losses. And once I'm out, I'm out. And again, this will be the last opportunity right here. You can see how we just printed that red dot right there. This could be our last opportunity in here. And then after this, again, expansion. That's coming from the daily time frame. Now, this original breakout right here, where we got the breakout here into that first initial golden pocket that was sitting right here at this starter point. This was from a 1 hour time frame breakout. And so the 1 hour is, and it looks like it wants to just keep going. The 1 hour breakout is still trading in between standard deviation 1 and 2. So um I'm a big coach on Bollinger Bands, and I'm going to show you what I'm talking about over here. This is probably like the last short opportunity right here. I'll push over on a 1 hour time frame, and then I'm going to show you what I'm looking at. So this was the squeeze breakout right here on the 1 hour time frame. And then you'll see how we're still trading in between standard deviation 1 and 2. So price hasn't been coming back as much as I really wanted it to. You can see that right here. We're still trading in between standard deviation 1 and 2, holding standard deviation 1 on any moves to the downside here. So they may decide they want to come up here and try to get this liquidity in here. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. I think we might have just broke out. I think we might have just broke out. Hold on. Hold on. Okay, why is it doing over here on this chart? I'm looking at a different chart over here, and it is going, 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 and I don't see it moving here. Okay, that's kind of weird. It's kind of weird. Huh. No. Okay, there it is. Hmm. I was looking at my prop account, and I just saw the candle pumping on the prop account. A little bit more than I'm seeing it pump over here, so it's just kind of weird for me. All right. I don't know why it did that, but okay. Okay. All right. So I'm gonna push out to a daily time frame. We're coming into what has been resistance prior, right here, um, on this 4 hour time frame. But here on the daily, you see that we could be trying to expand. Now, the only thing about a daily time frame is that it closes on the daily close to really confirm it. But it looks like we could be making that attempt to expand. And I'm going to just put this on the Bollinger here. We're at the standard deviation 2 right here, just slightly above it too. Um, this could be the start of that breakout though. And this is why last night when I tweeted on this, I said when I posted on it, I said to let it go if it comes up and it flips the level, because at that point you'll be getting an expansion. So again, last attempt at a short. This doesn't work out, then yeah, leave it alone if you're not already in a long position. So I just re-entered on another attempt at the short, and I'll see how it goes. This will be my last attempt. I don't know why I keep repeating that, but it's gonna be my last attempt at this short. I'm not losing money, but at this point, I'm breaking even because I've taken profit a few times off of the long position. So I'm breaking even at this point. All right. It doesn't look like we quite tapped this one. I'm just gonna put a right here. Interesting. You know what? I love it. So we'll see how that's gonna go. Because we are, kind of hitting like some extreme levels. We'll see how that's gonna go. I'm gonna take a look at Ethereum. Now, Ethereum, I have not. I'm still in my long position on Ethereum, so I'm not looking for a short on Ethereum just yet. Uh, for a little while here, it wasn't outperforming Bitcoin, and then suddenly, it was. This was a liquidity pool right here. We get past this, we got the previous week high right here, and then we got this zone in here. So, I'm chilling on Ethereum, not necessarily looking for a short position just yet. That could have been it right here off of this candle top right here. I do like that, but how much we manage to pull back, that's going to be the thing. When you look at the EMAs, it looks like a feather. Like this on this 15-minute time frame, this is freaking gorgeous. I absolutely love it. I love it. But we reached a point in here on Ethereum as well where it could be the new value high, and we'll be looking for a little small pullback. It doesn't look like we're going to pull back too much. I think we're kicking off our month pretty good here. Um, for Ethereum and for Bitcoin. And I haven't taken a look at Solana, but this is the 15-minute on Ethereum. Looking to see, got one more minute left on this candle closure right here, and then we'll see how it holds off. If not, they can come back and then put in like a bear div. Yeah, we're even extended on the 1 hour as well, so it could be a rejection point right here for the short period of time. It could be a rejection point, maybe a scalp, something like that. I don't really see anything in here, but so far, I like the 15 and the 1 hour time frame to consider this probably a correction point right here. Ooh, loud. It still looks like it's pumping. I'm sorry, I gotta go back to Bitcoin. It still looks like it moved. Okay, it did. It moved back up here. All right. What a kickoff. I don't know if you guys seen the monthly. Yeah, we expanded. I don't know if you've seen the monthly time frame, but this is looking pretty nice right here. Um, and to probably continue up here over the next 2 months, at least into this 382, possibly even the 50% retracement right here. If we're going to do anything like this, if we're doing more than that, then we'd be looking at the 618, but we'll see how that goes. Just kind of copying this point over here, which this is really making sense right here. And Before I repeat this, what I'm about to say, because I always tell you how I'm not the kind of person that comes in and regurgitates information that other content creators are regurgitating. But I was listening to someone's video today. His name is Satoshi Stacker, and he was talking about the 1, 2, 3 count on the candles in here. And I realized that, hey, you know what, that could have some merit. So I just wanted to repeat what he said, and I want to be sure that I give credit to him, because I don't typically repeat anything that anyone else is saying. But if it makes sense, it makes sense. And I was just looking at the 1, 2, 3 candles down with the not the rest of this is all me, just the 1, 2, 3 candle situation. So I see the 1, 2, 3 here, and he highlighted the 1, 2, 3 over here, and then the 1, 2, 3 over here. Now the rest of his analysis is way different than mine's, and this has been here for a couple of weeks now, actually longer than that. But just wanted to give credit on that. So 1, 2, 3 down, and then we start to get the pump up. So again, I'm still just looking for something like this into the 382, possibly even the 50% retracement. And if we start to do something like in this point right here instead, then I was wrong about, I'm saying technically everything lines up to be in a bear market. But if we're coming back up and we're taking out this high, then obviously we haven't started that. Haven't started that yet. Right. And that could happen because now everybody is saying, head and shoulder formation. I was one of the first people I know that was saying that. I really, at this point, so many other people are saying it too, that it could fail. The head and shoulder situation could not play out, and maybe we do come up and take out this high. So we'll see. We shall see. And I think I don't have any notations in here on that. I'm sure that this is off a little bit because you just see me. No, 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 no. This is fine. This is the weekly. So this is fine. So I'm looking for, along with that expansion on the daily time frame, I am still going to be looking for a break above here or a rejection from here, because I'm not sure how strong this breakout on the daily time frame is going to be just yet. In this, the first move up, I'm not sure how strong the first move up is going to be, because I know that we're still going to be hitting resistance, but we've tapped it enough times that we probably have the ability to go ahead and break it. So I am going to give it a little bit of a benefit of a doubt in here, which is why I'm saying this could be the last short attempt, and then prices are up from here. And while I did not mark this section out in here, of course, you can see with the pivot here and the pivot here that it is a liquidity zone right here. I didn't do it like I did this one over here. Be honest with you, I just figured yesterday was a bunch of BS, and the squeeze wouldn't get as far as it got right now. All right, 10 minutes left on this candle. See if we're going to put in a shooting star or something like that. I should have let this candle close before I should have let this one close. That would have been a better entry had I let it close, because then I could have confirmed where these dots were printing at, and then give it, the additional space for anything up here. All right, Bitcoin. I like. So now we're at extreme levels when we hit here. Initially, we was at like an average move, and now we're at extreme levels here. You can see my notations down in here. Doesn't guarantee anything. Sometimes it just guarantees a scalp position, just like it guaranteed a scalp right here, or like it guaranteed a scalp right there. Come on, Biddy. Mm. And the longer we stall out too, it gives the market a little bit of time to continue this the upside. All right, let me see. And again, all three charts are really showing the same thing. You got Ethereum showing the same thing here from this point right here. But momentum, whether or not momentum is pulling back, is in and out of decision. But yeah, that would have been a good spot if I'd have just let. I'm not taking a short on Ethereum because I am holding a long position still. Um, and then for Solana, does anybody know what happened with Solana? Like, what was this? I looked at the chart yesterday and I was like, when did this happen? What is this? On Binance. Just one big massive wick to the upside. Of course they're gonna come back for this. Of course. That cleared out some liquidity here and they're gonna come back for that. They just had to see what they can do. I always say that whenever you see like some sort of a wick like this, like it's either to clear out the liquidity to get the move higher, or to just test how far they can move up or down. This must be a bear div. Let me see. No, it's no bear div. Okay. All right. I'm just really hating I did not wait for that candle to close. But there is no perfect timing, right? No perfect timing. Let's take a look at liquidation. Okay, so they got into the best part of the liquidity right here. That was the initial one right here. Still got that remaining pivot up there to the upside, but that was like the big liquidity right there. And then up here we have a 90,769. But by the time it gets into here, then we've already expanded on the daily. Huh. Lovely. Oh my God, if this chart refreshes on me one more freaking time. I have my one chart over here and I don't have you on it right now. I'm going to put you on it. And just every time I click on it, it's updating. I didn't know that Zcash had. Hold on. I hadn't paid attention to that. It refreshes on me and then it puts, I'm using someone's indicator to put these notes in, but it travels to other charts and I don't like that. So I got to fix that. Let me see here. VIX total. Come on, total to USDT. So versus ETH and others. Okay. All right. You can see our breakdown here too. From USDT dominance. This was one of the trend lines that we have been watching right here, looking for that move down. The other day, we did get a recovery back above it after that liquidity was taken. That's really like an indication, hey, I'm probably going to roll down here. It's really just an inverse to Bitcoin. It could find support here, but this has been the support level where we have seen a few bounces from. So 1, 2, 3 times we did see some sort of a reaction here within the yellow box here. Maybe again, maybe we just back test here on this trend line right here from the wedgie structure that we have through here. This wedgie structure right here. I do recommend taking a look at USDT dominance as well. And so far, that is going good. What's I looking at back here? I have to adjust all of this all over again. It's total 2, excluding BTC, but I'm not going to get into that one. VIX, give that a break. What's happening over here? That's what I was trying to see. 4 hour. Am I using a weekly? Okay. Little rising channel here on Zcash. I thought I had this marked out, but apparently I don't. Okay. I'm going to take a look at Chainlink as well. Here in just a minute. I didn't get a chance to get over to that chart to, map it out or anything. And hopefully this is more than just a scalp. Okay, so one of these charts is not up to date. I'm not understanding what is going on here. Okay, all right, I see. I'm using Breakout, and I can tell you right now, their interface sucks. Interface sucks. Like they have a lot. It has a lot of great qualities to it, but the worst part about it is the interface. It is. It has always. It is a issue. The interface sucks really bad. Sound like how we're stalling out. Mm. Hmm. Yeah, this little sticky note thing. Um, if I use this same screen right here and put on a different chart, it's still going to show my notes for Bitcoin instead. Hmm. We don't have any more data this week, so that's good. And it is Friday. I do want to see that correction come in when market opens, but we're a long way from that. And then get the send, then send prices up. If something like that happened from this point, let's just say this corrects all the way back down, I think it probably finds some support somewhere between where this lower trend line right here is and this top right here, this level right here, this zone from all of this right here. I think that would be a good long position to take. I won't really know until something like that happens. But right now, it seems pretty good for something like this. Let me just see what this looks like right now. Yeah, somewhere in here looks good to me. Because this was all bearish divs. I think it was bearish divs up until this point right here. This is when I knew to sit back and leave it alone. No, it was bearish divs until we got to, hold on, where were we at? Um, yeah, it was this point right here. This was the moment I can tell to just kind of sit out for a minute and wait for the next push up. Because we invalidated the bear div across this top right here, which tells me we had the potential to invalidate that as well. But beforehand, you can see how we were putting in bear divs, but they're squeezing the price up. Not necessarily here from this 15-minute time frame. You can't really see the bullish divs down below, except for this first one right here. And so the rest of it has just simply been a squeeze, which is why I'm surprised we haven't. I think when market opens, maybe it pulls back in and then it sends, because there has to be some accountability, in my opinion. The low liquidity in here, just being able to drive the prices up would repeat offenses. But I am bullish. I have felt this way since right before Christmas, since the last day I streamed, which was the week of Christmas. It was on a Monday, I believe. Monday or Tuesday was my last day streaming, and I could tell that the chart was shaping up really nice. You can see it not just from here. If I'm on the again on the daily, even the 4 hour. Let's just say here on the daily. Ignore the rest of these. No, I don't want to do that one. I actually want to do the 4 hour right here. And I'm paying attention to this one, which is the violet looking color here. This one. The rest of it is chop. But this violet one, this is the one right here. We have been holding ever since we came up. Dropped back below it, came back up and back tested it again. We've been holding it ever since. And of course, the support level down across here as well. But momentum was definitely shaping up really nice in here. So I like this. And now on the flip side of this, we probably are hitting the 200 EMA. We are. It doesn't have to stop prices from going higher from this point. We didn't get past it right here. We didn't manage to flip it here either. So we'll see. I think those were the 3 times that we actually touched it. Yeah, those are the 3 times that we touched it since coming down. So we know, because we're managing to continue to interact with it as well, that likely we're going to flip it. Obviously, we're going to flip this. And it's off to the races here. Now we were trading along with the Bollinger on the 4 hour last. And I don't necessarily like the 4 hour one. Not anymore. It's all about the daily at this point. It's all about your 1 hour time frame, if you ask me. I mean, you didn't ask me, but I'm telling you, it's all about your 1 hour and your daily time frame right now. The 4 hour is going to be a little bit irrelevant, in my opinion, So 1 hour and daily. And give you a better view of what the chart is doing. We have been waiting to get back to this 100,000. I can tell you that. We have been waiting for that. I like that. We know that this one right here is from our monthly pivot that we were initially rejecting from. I think this is from the monthly right here. I'll put this on the monthly time frame so I can tell you exactly. Yeah, that was from the monthly, and that's from how I just did it from this right here, from the line bias. So this had been from the monthly, and then this looks like a pretty good level right here, which might also be like a 382. Let me see. Not that. Let me see. Let me see. Not that. Mm. You know what? I'm just going to draw this again. Yeah, 38250 right here. So I'm feeling it. Fifteen more minutes on that 1 hour time frame. So while you guys are looking at this chart right here, I'm going to see if I can. Oh my gosh, this continues to refresh on me, and it's so annoying. I'm gonna take a look at chain link. See if I can't find something with that. Try this again here. Back on the VIX. Back on total 2. Back on USDT. Back on SOL ETH. And back on others. Others is a chart I actually like a lot. It has this falling wedge situation, and momentum is closer to the top side for a breakout than it is the lower end. Um, you booger. But this is a chart I actually like right here. Others, this looks really nice. Hmm. All right. Look at Chainlink. I won't be covering the stock market today. I do have another doctor's appointment today, and also it's Friday. I mean, the market was closed yesterday, um, and I don't think today's going to make a difference with it. So I'm just not going to be taking a look at that. Um, $75.26. You sure that's 672? Yep. 25, 75.26. All right. Chain link. If I can steal you away from Bitcoin, just a second here. All right. So Chainlink looks pretty good in here. I have to change this right here. Let me just put this up here and this low here. This is your value low at the moment here. So the market has deemed this as a point of price action being considered undervalued here. And this is based on your RSI. So your basic retracement on your 4-hour time frame, that is for your RSI, where the RSI actually considers price to be uh, undervalued, is 26. So anything that moves below a 26 for Chainlink, 26 RSI is going to be it. It did the same thing over here where it started to print, and then when it back tested, it still deemed this as a place of value for price action. It did print something right here, but it did respect this and saying, hey, we're a little bit too low in terms of value. And then it came back up above this point here, and then you can see how it started to hold it. So 26 is what I have here. You can see right here, this turquoise, I guess, this blue. That's 26. It's 26.25, but I just rounded off to the nearest number, and it's 26 here. To the upside, it's going to be 75. If I round that off, it'll be 75, and 75 is here. So this was 75. You can see how the market started to print, saying, "Hey, this is what we respect here as being overvalued." At that particular point in time, that's where it was considered overvalued. So we did see a rejection, came back up, said, nah, you still overvalued right here, and sent it back down. So 4-hour chain link, 76, 70, 75, 75, up 26, down. Okay. So that's something you can look for. We are printing a little bit of a bear div here on Chainlink, not on the RSI, but right here on the Bollinger, we are printing a little bit of bearish divergence here. And it looks like by the time Chainlink makes it into this, it could find fair value right here at this golden pocket. It's a 69 right now. So by the time it does something like that, that's what I would say. 50 could also work with these lows in here. That could also work. Nice grab on liquidity. Let me see what I got in here for Chainlink. Let's see. Liquidation. Okay. Why is that the main one? It's kind of weird. So we have hit a pool of liquidity in here for Chainlink, and again, these lows somewhere around these lows right here in this golden pocket. But I actually like these lows in here. Let me just test out where the 50 is. Yeah, so 50 is right about these lows in here. And then you would just need to review what it's looking like, and don't be like me. Sometimes when I get on stream, I am a little bit hasty. Do want to see that candle close. Just let it close somewhere in here. I'll hide this for now. Just run with this. I think I prefer that 618 though. I really prefer that 618. You know what? Numbers are better. But I like that. All right. Look back over here and see what our Bitcoin chart is doing again. Okay. Yeah, we're stalling out. We're probably gonna push higher. And that was something else that I posted on X yesterday as well. Was and I'm gonna sound like a broken record because I just want all of us to participate safely. That I know a lot of people are looking to short the $91,000 level, but if we're pushing past that, then chances are it's going higher. And that number may have been reduced again to around where I'm at now, making this potentially. Now the 91 is here. So this is a large range right here of liquidity. And what I did here, because it's also a fair value gap. It's also a fair value gap. So you can see the midpoint right here could hold as a rejection point, just for short period of time. For a short period of time, it could. But we just looked at what we looked at on the monthly time frame. I really like. I don't even remember what the number is, but I like that. But we looked at it on the daily. 100,000, 101,000. Let me just say 101,000. Just round that up and keep it simple. 93. All right. 1 minute left on this. 1 hour. All right. Let's see. Hopefully, if you saw this, or maybe you just tuned in later when I was talking about the red dots in here, hopefully you got it from the closure up here, which is so much better than me not being patient when it came into here. Sometimes I just look at the numbers and I'm like, great, go for it. Other times, I do just wait and let it close out and see. The Ethereum short that you did see on the chart that I had from Tuesday, that played out. Wasn't a big move. It was still a 3-to-1. That played out well. Or maybe you decided you'd rather do Ethereum over here. Let me see how it's doing right now. It looks just like Bitcoin. We'll go ahead and I'm going to at least hide this for now. Let me see if this is like the last thing I put in. No, it's not. Yeah, I'll hide it for now though. This little gap right here. And then there's this gap right here. I actually did. I was just looking back at breakout. I actually did catch it from here, but I'm gonna leave it as it is because I don't want to it to seem invalid because this is how I had it set up on the chart. So and just keep it like this because some people may have done it like this too. But I did manage to grab it. It's at 89, 786, at least from breakout. That's what the price is, and it is the body of this candle right here. Somehow I may not. Yep, right here. Actually, right there. Somehow. If we drop down and we come back into the previous day high, that's going to be about a 1-to-1. I do implore you to take some profit from that level. That's a 1-to-1 from this entry right here. It will be a 1-to-1 from there. If you enter on the closure of the dot or the sell signals in here that I didn't wait for, then your 1-to-1 might be a little bit above here. And it's not a might, it is a little bit above here. And once you hit a 1-to-1, I do recommend taking some profit off the table, at least for a break even, just in case this comes back and decides it's going to push higher. Maybe this time it puts in a bear div and it actually gives more. Like this was a bear div in here as well. It did not break down fully still, but yeah, I mean, we talked about that. Just kind of bear diving all the way through here with this rising structure. But, you know, the rising structure broke to the upside. And this is where it starts to invalidate the bear div right here. So at that point, we're looking for new prints to come in. And that's what we got. So like even with this one over here, um, if you'd have taken a 1-to-1, you would at least been able to take the 1-to-1. And this was a little bit lower initially. So you would have still gotten a 1-to-1 and then the market come against you. Then, you could break even or walk away with a little bit of profit. And then you look for the next validation, which was this one. Even this would have gave you a 1-to-1. And then market goes against you. You're not losing money by doing it that way. And small gains are gains. And you have to learn to be good with small gains. If you can't accept a small win, you can't accept a big win. Just know that. Like I know it's easy to watch content creators, and they're like, okay, I made $1,000 on that trade. I made $20,000 on that trade. I'm making $200,000 on that trade. Well, unless you have the capital that they have, which also means that you're taking bigger risk as well. So you have to accept when they say, hey, I took a $200,000 loss. I took $1,000 loss. It's all the same. So be happy with the small wins, which is what I am more focused on these days. And you know what? Who encouraged me to be more, and it actually saves your account a lot too. Like you minimize your risk so much, especially with trading. Trading is not here to make you money; it's here to take your money. So Trader TV. So whatever it is, as soon as I get into some profits, I'm shaving something off the table. And then if the market goes against me, I'm not losing money. And in my case right here, I'm hedging against my long and I'm sticking to my stop losses and my strategy. And this trend does look like it's going to continue to go up, at least as far as I can see right now. This probably, this could actually be as much as it wants to give. It could be. I always want to aim for a 3-to-1, but I have to be realistic too. This is an uptrend. what price action hasn't been doing, and I can tell you, is it hasn't been dropping. It's been holding. Let me just put it like that. It's been holding a 50. RSI read of 50. It's been holding that. So whichever one gives it to you first, that's the one you take. If it comes into here and it hasn't met that number, take it. Wherever you are for your 1-to-1, take it, because it could turn around right here, just to be realistic. But a 50 RSI is about as much of a downturn we've seen. So you can see right in here how it has been holding 50. This is the one time right here where it seemed like it was going to do a little bit more, but then you have to look at it, the fact that it is putting in a bull div right in here. So we can see that once price hit there, it wasn't as low as this low and probably was going to turn around. So yeah. And this has been another thing too, except with this exception in here again, holding that gray band, that first one, has been about as much of a retracement, which is why I'm looking at these two indicators specifically right now. I'm getting more data from these than anything else. So that has been respecting zone and the 50. Let me change this to gray, see if that helps, or white. Yeah. So you can see that better, that it has been respecting a 50 RSI. Mhm. Z Cash 15 minute is putting in some bullish divergence. It's just not. It's not following through right now. As I'm looking at it, but I think it's reaching a level to where maybe it takes the liquidity from the low and then gets some sort of a temporary bounce. Might be looking to come all the way back down to 378, something like that. Bitcoin grinding really slow. Six. I'm gonna go off of this right here. 4, 50. Okay, that filled in that inefficiency too, which was here. Yeah, that's what it's been doing. It's been holding this gray line. It's been holding above this 50. So it's one of the two might do. Check on that 1 hour. Yeah, that would be the previous roll over any more than that. And then that was a back test of what was previously considered to be overvalued. And this pivot. I am so sleepy. I did not hear a ton of fireworks for New Year's. And I'm usually asleep every New Year. I bring it in, sleeping. And I woke up in the middle of the night. I think it was about 11:31 or something like that. So I happened to be awake for a brief period of time. But I can sleep through noise, so there may have been um, some more fireworks, and I just didn't hear it. I actually fall asleep to television. So it helps me go to sleep. Weird, but the noise helps me sleep. Maybe it just bores me. I think that's what it is. It bores me. It's like reading a book. Let's see if everything else is stalling out too. Yeah, Ethereum's getting the bounce off of initial liquidity level. Okay. It just made me look at Bitcoin to see that it did the same thing. I was, looking at the gap and the inefficiency field, but I can see it was that. Yeah, that's what Ethereum did. And that just made me look over and realize that was what Bitcoin was doing. So Ethereum got the bounce out of the low end here from this liquidity. Almost a 1%, so 80% pullback correction right there. A small one. Like the chart looks really good. Cannot deny this chart looks really good. I am up 23% on my Ethereum long. And it's just the same long position. It's this one. And I'm using a 2x. What am I using? I'm using a 5x. 5x is this one right here. And so that was 29.15. It's this one. This one was from Tuesday. I had already opened it, but I added on to it, remember, on Tuesday. I said I'm going to add to this Ethereum position. And then I started to take profit, and then I stopped taking profit, but I left, I left the rest here as a runner. So that's what's playing out for me right now on Ethereum. And I showed you where I TP'd one point. So that's 29.16, which is going to be different because this is a Binance chart and then it's a blow fin, but it was this trade right here, the 29.15 trade. I still have the Solana short that hasn't stopped me out just yet. And that short was from the 139. That's that same short from a couple of weeks ago that we took on live. I still have a little bit of that left open. Not much, not much at all, but it's there. It'll get stopped out soon, I'm sure. And I shared with you the disastrous pump position, and I'll share that with you again because I'm down on that a lot, but it's fine because I didn't use a bunch of money. I did not. I used what I was willing to lose on it, and I really didn't care. Um, well, I care, but it's not affecting me if it gets liquidated. I did not put a stop on this, and I expressed that because I was using such low leverage and such low capital on it. It's just one of those throw some paint at the wall, try to make it stick situations. So you can see it's down. I think the last time I showed you, I think it may have been down more than this the last time I showed you. So it did come up a little bit and it got so close to getting liquidated. Very close. I looked at it at one point, it was down like 89%. And I just knew it was going to stop me out, but it didn't. So yeah, that is just one that I took from a higher time frame and said I was going to sit on it, and it either holds and doesn't come down and take me out, or it eventually pumps up. That's what that was. And trust me, it's a meme coin, and I used a little bit of capital, small capital. It's like, yeah, if it pumps, then I'll make something off of it, and if it dumps, then I've made, I don't care about that, okay? I'm not hurt by it. And it actually started out as a good trade, and because of the that was quick. Because of the time frame, I went ahead and took a little bit of profit off of this already because, like I said, my position was actually right here. I actually did snipe that as opposed to where it is, but I'm leaving this in its organic state, which was the 786. So my one-to-one has been hit. So I just went ahead and just took a little bit off on it. All right. So I'll be break even if it comes back against me. And my stop is going to be a little bit higher than this, but all respect. So you know what? Actually, I'll just make it all about that. So let me just modify this and make it all about that. And then that way, if I get stopped out, I get stopped out. Not at break even, but with the little profit that I did take. So I'm going to change that. Yeah. So I just modified it. I actually modified the position for myself um, to stop me out if it takes out this high right here. And then I'll reevaluate what the chart looks like at that moment and reconsider. All right. I could shrink this in now because, like I said, well, actually, I want to at least give this an opportunity at the. Let's see if it gets it. I almost want to shrink this in and shrink this in. That's what I ended up doing over here with that one. Um, like this was different too because it did at least break a pivot. The only reason why I'm not proposing the long setup is because we're in the middle of the range. And I'm disciplining myself to not take trades in the middle of the range. Although I could see where this was coming from too. Actually, bounced. Nah, let that slide. I'm just gonna put a note in here. This was the last time we kept squeezing, but we weren't, I mean, we were dipping below it, not really deviating too far off from it. What was it getting as low as what? 40? So it was holding neutral to high right here. From that last squeeze. And then we finally rolled over. Solana's looking like it was the best short. Mhm. I can see already. Solana starts to trade below here. It starts to trade below here. I'll even give it a little extra. Give it a little extra. Yeah. That's going to be, do it like that. Yeah, below there. Ethereum. It's fine. Let me just take a look at something else real quick here. Oh boy, Zcash. It just took that liquidity right here. It just took that liquidity. You can see why I was saying in here. It looked like it was printing some bull divs in here, but the value wasn't accepted. Came back up, got a rejection off of that. Starting to print again right here. This might be, well, what are we at? 21? That ain't shady at all. Let's see. I'm already in a long position. I'm not going to add on anything. That might not be bad right here. Might not be bad right here. Took this liquidity right here. And let's see what we got over here. Maybe some local support in here. You give yourself a little bit of space. Again, held good there, held good there. This could work. Let's just drop something on here. I'm not taking this, but I'm going to drop something on it. Hold on, let me see. I don't know why I'm all up there. You wouldn't get too far with this setup though. unless it starts to consolidate. But let's just go for it. Again, I'm not taking this. I'm already in a long. That's where it is right now. This just really isn't one where you have a lot of space to play though. Wherever it is in here, it's not going to get too much further off from this. I'm trying to set it for 50. Um, I'm not going to be able to make this perfect and just leave it like that. Hit this again. I'm going to have to move this. Let's set it here. Why is this almost being responsive to me? Okay. See, that's a 4, 7. If it moves up a little bit more, I'm going to bring this in. That would have already been a 1-to-1 already right there. So I'll leave it at, what's the difference? What's the difference? $2.43 difference. Okay. If you end up seeing something like this, see how it printed right here? You would have already been out if you were doing it over the state. Let's just say this right here. And then I set this on a 50, it would have stopped out. I don't know what your risk is. I like to keep it to something like that. Yeah, see, it did it twice. So whatever your risk tolerance is, sometimes it can be on point. Sometimes it might not exactly, but you somewhere there. You are somewhere there. So that's already a TP. And then you're trying to get to the rest of it, but that's already a TP. So if it came back and you moved the stop, because you had to have been here to taking that. That was right on the money. And it's hitting this too. Not yet. Coming up on it. So yeah, that's a TP. And then I really like to set this for a 3 to 1. If you don't mind me, I'm just going to change that. And then you would leave it as a runner. And you would have a runner if it gets through here, maybe, and then bounces around. But yeah, I'm just going to leave it as a 3 to 1. And then it can decide to do more if it wants to do more. I don't have anything to go off of right there. And I'm so not a scalper. Um, I'm so not a scalper. That's why I always let my trades run. You may not notice it from where I plotted on the chart, but I always let it run. I just like to be sure I've locked in at least on a 3 to 1. If I can get it, 1 to 1 first, and then 3 to 1, and then go whatever I feel like. I don't care. I don't bank on this all the time, but if it gets through here, then I would leave it as a runner. Come back up here. Let's do here. Yeah. Let me slide this over because it's doing something weird right there. Sorry. Bitcoin just kind of paused for a second there. I'm surprised this chart gave me time to do all of that. Let me look over here. Let me see. Let me see where we at and all of that good stuff and plot it, and still sit there and wait. Cool. Look at that. Come on, just a little bit more. Then I'm going to move this in. Actually, it won't make a difference if I move it in or not. If it goes all the way, you would just move it up. And if it comes back, Might put in some bullish divergence. I know that was bull div in here. Was it not? No, it wasn't. It was bull div right here. Could it be a V-shape recovery? Could be a V-shape recovery. We don't know just yet. No, it's not gonna be a V-shape. It'll put in a bear div. It'll put in a bear div somewhere in here probably. It put in a bear div right here, which is also why I rejected there. So it'll put in a bear div and come back. But it's still at a good place to get long. So anywhere down in here, you see it come back and roll over, it's likely going to be a good place to get long. You can wait on the SFP or something like that on it. I don't know. I hadn't really been wanting to touch this. That was a good short. Just haven't been looking at it lately. I don't know. I don't even know how much I'm still up on this thing. I haven't even looked at that. I just know that I don't have that much left in it, and I have my stop loss set on it. I didn't realize all this. I need to take this money. To tell you the truth, I haven't even been back on. I got like 2 separate sub accounts over here on this thing, and the trade. I just haven't even. I didn't even realize that I had got up as much as I did, and just stopped looking at it. Like it's come back since my entry. It's come back since then. I'm still up like 313% on this thing. I need to close this out. I need to close this out. And I hadn't even taken the time to look at the trade. I just got my stop loss set in place and was willing to give all that money back up. I guess the rest of it anyway. But hey, I'm about to take this money. I should have cashed out. Should have cashed out. This was our high right here, wasn't it? Yeah, I should have. Was this our high? Yeah, this was our high. I should have cashed out on this. I've already given back a lot. How about that? Man, I promise you I hadn't looked back at this thing because the last time I talked about it, we gave the entry. We gave the entry on this like perfection. That entry was perfection down there. Don't look like I got in there. I don't know if I did. I probably didn't. I might go ahead and cash out on this. I've had it for a while now. I think I will go ahead and cash this out. Unless we're going to roll all the way back down there, huh? Maybe we can come back up. I believe we'll come up a little bit more here. Then I'm going to cash out on this one. I didn't realize that. Realize how much I had got on it, made on it. I just figured I had a little bit left in it. Don't worry about it. But either that was a low or Again, it comes back down one more time, but somewhere in here is going to be a low forward, and I'll be looking for it to come back up on a retracement. Let's see, that put in a lower high. So this could be 1, 2, 3. Let me see what this was on a retracement. Put that on. It's definitely impulsive. Okay. Is that a 2? Yeah, it's a 2. So yeah, you're somewhere down here at the right place to be. Right in here. I'm gonna put on the 2618 as well. Let me turn those off. I don't know why I got that on. That's the 1, 618, 2, 2.618. It comes back up. I think that was about where I initially had this at, right here. And then one more push down. Might do it. Yeah, that might do it. You turn off that. It shouldn't be this if that is what it is. If it's yeah, it shouldn't be that. Maybe this at max. This, if it's doing this, it's doing something different. But maybe here to here. I'll probably go off of this one. All right, that hit. So if you jumped in on that and you got a sniper entry, sniper, you might have something that runs on you a bit more, okay? I'm not an Elliottician. I have to remind people of that. I'm not an Elliottician, but maybe 1, 2, 3, 4 is right in here, between here and here. And then an additional drop down. Oh, baby. I think I did my job for the day, and I like to thank everybody. Just kidding. Don't know if it makes it there. Some 3. I actually like this though. I just didn't need to be in it. You're still probably gonna be in between that standard deviation 1 and 2. And then I just want to see what that was looking like. Yeah, I mean, I like it. I like it. All I can do is like it, right? I like it. I'm gonna check back on Bitcoin while this is doing what it's doing. But let me look back at that Bollinger one more time. You see that right there? And see, it's been trading in between here so far, with the one exception of the rejection there. It's been trading in between here so far. So again, that could still do it for a somewhere between here and here. I'm just gonna go off of this one. Maybe it can reach into that, and then one more leg down. Because there's no bull div right here. No bull div here. It's coming up. It's gonna come up with a bear div right there. Yeah, one more leg. Yeah, you got one more leg down, and then a bigger push to the upside. You do got that. Whether it does it the way I'm explaining it or not, you do got that. One more leg down, and then another push back up. A bigger move back up. And then you could probably say something like this, something somewhere around this golden pocket, this low into the golden pocket. Then you can say that. But for now, it has been respecting here. All right. So I'm going to check back on Bitcoin. I'll leave that sitting just like that. Check back on Bitty. All right. So Bitcoin. Yeah, we're getting closer to market open. I didn't want to do this because I don't really. There's this one, and there's this one. Just kind of following along with the momentum here. Do want to see it break this right here. I'm going to just change it to white and fade it out a little bit. I do want to see it break this one. As momentum is increasing as opposed to decreasing. Let me just see if I use this, what that does. No, I'm gonna leave it like that. Right now, it likes this little level. Thank you. Solana's still holding that pivot right here. And Ethereum still holding this range too, just like Bitcoin. I'm gonna go ahead and delete some stuff off of this chart. I don't need that box anymore. And I'm gonna keep these two potential support, which I don't know if it comes back this low. But it would be a good entry if it did. It'll be a really good entry. If it came back here. What are the chances of that happening? Possible? Possible. Possible, but I ain't counting on it. They only want to do that right here. But if it breaks this, that's a good start. And now the change, I see it keeps holding that that MA going right across the lows here. Which would have been like that. Something like that. Check on the daily. Some good liquidity. Some really good liquidity above here. Hmm. I think the breakout is more so like that. Think. Yeah. You can even see here how price action has been holding above, or the RSI had been holding above this point in here, this fast signal right here. And then we'll get to where we see a crossover above here, which is, I mean, basically trying to get into above 50, basically. If I narrow it down, that's about it. 40. In here. Positive delta through our range that we've been, as you see it coiling on the daily time frame. It can also just be a sweep of this candle right here. So look out for that too at some point when that happens to see if it's going to fail. You can just grab this liquidity off of this mother bar. At some point, not telling you today, but at some point. And we've seen this enough times to have copied it. Yeah, we've seen it enough times to have copied it. Guess I could have at least taken a look at gold or something like that. Oh, I can tell you all about gold. Let me show you where I decided to take this gold trade and I got stopped out on it. While I'm waiting on Bitcoin. So you can see right here, like I didn't wait for it to meet my criteria. Meeting my criteria, what I mean by that is waiting for it to not be in the middle of the range. Because the last time we looked at it, I was like, hey, if it comes back, then you want to see a whole standard deviation one down here. So it came back and it started to hold standard deviation one, and then it started to pump up, and then all of a sudden everything just went left field on this trade, and then I ended up getting stopped out of this, and I set the stop for right here, exactly how you see it. I just needed to make sure that how I have it on here was exactly how I set it. Yep. And so I set the stop loss for here because I was like, okay, if it did this push up right here. And if it comes back down and it breaks below this, then it's probably going to roll over. And it did. I stopped looking at it. I was like, you know what? That was my attempt in here. I'm not going to try it again. And then you can see how it dropped in here and started to print dots again. And now it's moving. I hate that because I did want to win on this gold trade, but I did not win on it. I took an L on it, and it is what it is. So, yeah. And dang it. Dang it. Dang it. And then, of course, yeah, it would do me like that. Sometimes I don't know certain assets. I'm not um I'm not gonna give too many chances on certain assets. Yeah, but I hated that. I really did hate it. Then it started printing. That just kind of ticked me off. You see, it didn't hold out right here. So obviously, this isn't the value. They feel like it can go higher. Momentum's not breaking. It does have like a rising structure in here, though. We're looking at it. That's rising. This is holding. I don't know if I want to draw it from there or draw it from here. This seems to be what's holding right now. No, I guess I should drop it down, huh? Let's see. No, that's not gonna work either. I don't know what this is moving off of. It looks like I'll be able to draw a line on it, but I guess I can't. I guess the only line I can draw is, let me see if I did it like this. I'm just trying to see what the heck this thing is doing. Yeah, it's squeezing right in here. Let me take a look at that. See if there's any confirmed squeeze or anything. No, not necessarily. It's not on this 15 minute. And this is why I was trying to try my best to catch that thing on thing. And then it stopped me out. Little booger. And in all honesty, it stopped me out twice. I'm gonna tell you what happened. Um, all right, so this was exactly where that standard deviation one was at, and then it came down and it tapped this. I wasn't paying attention to the chart at the time, so when I saw this candle reaction, when I looked at the chart and I noticed this candle reaction right here, I was like, okay, I'm just gonna jump in on it right here. And as soon as I jumped in on it right here, it only moved up a little bit and then it started to come back in. So I went ahead and set the stop on it and then I re-entered. I re-entered on it, but I still re-entered here. I still re-entered at the same on the actual entry that time. I still used this exact entry when it came back down, as opposed to me getting in right here initially because I wasn't paying attention to the chart. Then it started to push up, and I was like, "Yay, winning!" And then I was like, "Let me. This is something I don't like how it's doing that. Let me just go ahead and set the stop on it. Well, make sure I set because I had to stop on this instrument, but not on the actual chart itself. I had not determined whether or not I wanted the stop to be here, but I pushed it into here, and then yeah, then it gave. Oh, it's up here, taking out this high, or at least trying to take out this high. I wouldn't touch it right now though. I would just let it, meet the criteria again. I don't know what that is about. And that line I had on here disappeared. I don't think I deleted that line, but it's gone. Maybe I did. Stuff be disappearing sometimes. It'd be weird. I knew I had got rid of that one. I didn't realize I deleted this one, but it's back. Anyway, rambling. Yeah, so that's how the gold trade went for me. It was a losing trade. Twice. Twice. I should have just waited though. I knew that trade in the middle of the range is the behavior I'm trying to break. Because it doesn't, I mean, it works out sometimes. It doesn't always work out. And it started out pretty good. Started out good. And I think at the time I was looking at oh, I don't even have it on open. Well, was I looking at this? And no, I was looking at 2 hour. It's 2 hour. It's 2 hour and I think it was just 2 hour. And then there was the standard one right here. And you can see when we hit standard one, we got the bounce. But it was something else I was looking at that was why I said take the entry here. Uh on Tuesday. It could have been a little different in here at that moment. And then it came up and I thought maybe it would flip this 20. It didn't. And so yeah, I was like, if it comes back down there, just let it go because it's not gonna go in my favor. Then you can see it started holding in here, come back up. But I was looking at it. I had the multi time frame Bollinger on the 15-minute time frame, looking at it with this particular 2 hour chart. I didn't even want to try it anymore after that. It was like it was sucky to me. I didn't want to try it anymore after that. So I left it alone. But it's doing good now. It's actually holding in between 1 and 2 now, so that's nice. That's nice. And I believe it was the 4 hour at that time. The 4 hour was actually rejecting from the one. And I think I ended up seeing that. Yeah, the 4 hour was actually rejecting from the one. So it's at 2 now. Okay. And I only remember this because I hated losing. I hated losing that trade. Maybe now, if it comes back and let me see. What's that? Bear divin. Let me just make sure it's not putting a bullish divergence. It likes this level though. Actually, that look like a head and shoulder right here on the RSI. Head and shoulder. So holding 60. So it's holding strength, which is 60. Holding above 60. Okay. I don't know. Maybe if it falls back, I'll take it again. Maybe. Go with that. Go with this one. Let me see what silver's looking like. Silver never made it down here to what I said I was interested in. And this one didn't make it all the way up. And you can see how that ended up coming back. But regardless, it played out. You all saw this one right here on the chart, and it still had plenty, plenty, plenty of room to the upside here on that day before falling out. Right there. I didn't look at silver, and the reason why I didn't look back at silver was because uh, I'm just not going to buy 100 shares of silver. I'm just not. So I said no on silver, and I traded the gold. So they did still consider this to be undervalued right down here around the 786. So you see, sometimes it will not work out. Sometimes it just won't work out. But it's kind of a clue though. And then the head and shoulder thing. Now gold had a head and shoulders on it too. I looked at that head and shoulder. That was the other thing too. Yeah, that was the other thing too. I looked at that head and shoulders, and it indicated that I would get stopped out of that trade. I did look at it, and I measured it out, and I was hoping that it just wasn't going to play out. So, I mean, I had an understanding that I probably wouldn't be successful in that trade. But I'll be dang, it still stings. It still stings. And this is the 0.886 recall. I was looking at this on the 2 hour. And that's just what they considered it to be over. But I think no, I had did this at the time. I didn't actually have this. I didn't turn on the features for this indicator. It had been over here, and it's the QTD. I just didn't turn the features on it, or program it to whatever the standards were. I don't even know if I programmed it over here either. But that was where it was last considered overvalued, was here, and so it came back up and it rejected from there as well. Um, this is what I wanted. And performing a lot better. Now, if for some reason I get lucky, this is creating some sort of a triangle. It looks like if I get lucky, and let's just say it wants to come down into here, I'll be happy. And this is what I'll be looking at too. Be looking somewhere right about in here. I would have been banking on this. Where's the yeah? This. I think that's 3. No, that's a 1 week. Okay. 1 week. Silver. This is the middle of the range. So that would be nice still. I might still consider that. Um, But I do like this zone. Might not do that though, right? $5.26. And see, the thing is, it hasn't actually come back into this point. If it did this right here, that would be a great setup, But it hasn't come back down this low. Hasn't. It's just low. Yeah, this is as low as it had been coming. That's interesting. It broke below this point right here. As low as it had been coming, to add this in here. So if the RSI came back and it dropped lower than this, like somewhere down here around where it starts to get devalued, maybe I'll consider the 100 shares then. But right now, I'm just not willing to do it. I'm not willing to do it. And I think this on the 4 hour was the other thing I was looking at was, I mean, that's risen now. It did rise up now, but it would have been that too. Was I looking at it from that time frame? Yeah, I was looking at it from that time frame, from the 4 hour. It was down here at the initially, and it didn't come into it. It bounced off that 786, and yeah, it's been holding that. Slide this over. Maybe it'll still do it. Maybe there's still some hope for this at the 0.886. And it was an unconventional pull as well. I'm trying to hide that. It was an unconventional pull, field pull, because I pulled it from the weekly low. Pulled it from the weekly low up to the high. And that's how it was pulled from the weekly low. This ain't gonna go just hurt me though. It hurt my feelings. Only my feelings were bruised. Yeah, but you can see the head and shoulders that was here too. This is how I knew I would likely get stopped out. But I was like, and it went further because I think it measured to just here, just right there when I had pulled it. The day I took the trade, I think that was as much as it measured to that low. Yeah, see, It was just somewhere around this low right here, but it ended up doing a lot more too. Mm. All right, let's see. Bitcoin is still freezing up right there. I'm gonna jump back over here on it. So, did he still holding holding the line right there? Again, I moved my stop loss to this high, exactly to that high. So I already TP'd one, and if it goes against me, then I'll reassess the situation. But it's just really, in my opinion, getting to a point where a short just won't be the answer, and I mean it's just not pulling back enough for me to want to enter a new long on it. Just the one I have is, sufficient. So I am hedging. Um, Ethereum came back up to the top side of this zone right here. And again, this is just this candle right here. You can see how it's just this candle. And the same is going to go for this here. Oh, actually, I'm sorry. This is this candle low to here. That's the liquidity pool right here. So that's why it looks like that. And then, of course, a previous week high. I'd like for this to be a lower high. That would be great. Continue that move down. I could. I think I already. No, I didn't. Let me see. Yeah, that doesn't matter either. And I put this on. Oh, no. No. Let me delete that. Anyway. $31.64. It's still just sideways though. We know that we've just basically been, if it wasn't this low box, it was this one right here. And then if it wasn't this one, then we managed to get to here. And that's basically all we've done. 3 bounces out of our zone right here. 1, 2, 3. A few rejections off of this one right here. But if we made it up to here. I was looking at this on the daily too with the RSI. My alarm telling me to get myself ready. Um, this is starting to look pretty good, but I mean, no crossover on that zero line just yet for this MACD. Don't want to assume that it is going to cross over. I want to actually see it cross over because it didn't. It failed to cross over right here, even though it started to look pretty decent. But I was looking at this, and then I realized what the common entry is down here too. So like this isn't going that low. You see, like common is 30 on the daily time frame. So far, the 30 has been very common for this is a 26 down here. Yeah, it's been very common for it to just get that low and bounce up. Hmm. You see how we start to just hold. You see how much we reset. Yeah, this is, unless we're breaking this line right here. Let me make sure that that's still the line I need to see us break. Yeah, it's still the line I need to see us breaking. It doesn't look like we're going to do it. Looks like we're going to flip back up. I just checked back in on Zcash too. See, it's still trading in that pocket. And if you took it as we called it, I would move my stop up. I just didn't adjust it here. Just gonna leave that sitting like it is, but I would move my stop up because if it decides it wants to break this low, I still think you're in the vicinity of this, coming into a bottom here for at least another push up into, and this will have to be adjusted, of course. If it does decide to push down and take this out, it would have to be adjusted. And in this case, I'm looking at a 38250 and 618. And it's either going to put in a bull div in here, or it's gonna print a new bottom potential pivot, not bottom, but potential pivot. All right. It's so close to it. I want to sit here and look at it. The other option would be, well, I don't know if you would want to do that. It's going to say keep the stop because it already played out at 3-1 and give one back. If it comes below that stop, give one back. It's not. something else in here. I don't know what it is. Oh, no, it's not. Okay. I can already see with Bitcoin, um, if it pushes above the, gosh, where are you at? If it pushes back above this high right here, then it's going to go higher this time. It's not going to get stopped out here. All right, let me check on. Let's take a look at XRP. I haven't looked at that today. Take a look at that. XRPZ. So it's 786 golden pocket 786. Okay. Everything is basically following Bitcoin. Everything put in some sort of a rejection there. Anything this didn't do. And I hate to go with the same metrics because it's not always the same. I'll check out BNB. Not really fan favorite. It's a nice rounded bottom. So this one didn't do anything new. This one didn't even. This one would probably come back up for sure. Maybe somewhere back around at 877. I need to adjust this. I haven't looked at this, it seems, in a minute. Let me go previous day low. Yeah, it's been a minute. Previous day low is here. And previous day high is here. But I was, I'm sorry, here. I was interested in this though. This would have been a no trade for me anyway. For BNB. He didn't even check out the previous high. It'll come back up. Look at ADA. Bear divin, but it actually invalidated it off of that one. Bear divin. This isn't going to match for this. I hate to use it and it not match. Okay, this is still holding up. This was the trend line idea we did right here. That's still holding, so that's good. Go 2 hour. This is old, so we'll bring this in. Hold on. This is upside down too, isn't it? It's a 382 rejection, which isn't pretty for a 2 hour time frame. Some kind of club foot it looks like too. Nothing that I would trade at the moment. JC's 25, 30. 26, 74. 2774 is what I probably would have put in here. 2774. Yeah, too late on this. It's gonna bear div first. It's not a gap fill. Yeah, it's just a gap fill. You can see it from the 50, but just really had to put it in here to see it. Fair value gap fill. Tap. If it doubles back on this trend line, it will be a good entry, in my opinion. In my opinion, if it doubles back there. Let's see, 44. Doubles back. Yeah, if it doubles back, takes this liquidity, I would say it's a good entry. It'll put in some bullish divergence on this 1 hour time frame if that happens, and then come back up for the W. See if we get that. See in a bit if we get that. No, that's wrong. Previous day high is here. Previous day low is there. Previous week high. And make sure that's still the previous week high. Yeah, it is. This looks good. Sui. Yeah, this looks good. Just putting in some bull divs down through here. So it is a squeeze on this. It is a squeeze. Just curious as to how this did. I'll put that right there. Sometimes I'll leave it just to see where the actual rejection would come from, to be like, okay, I'm going to take a little short. This will need to see a break below 50. Let me just change that. So really don't need this down here. It just basically needs to break 50, because ever since it came up, it's been holding it this whole way up. It's been holding that 50. Even then, it probably would get one more swing to the upside, unless it, market opens and then they get like some sort of crazy candle to the downside. That'll be the only way it doesn't Have to be some sort of a crazy drop off. Hasn't done a crazy drop off in a long time. So at least not on this time frame. So this basically needs to break 50 so I can drop this bottom line. And it's between that top and this one. Lock. I'm going to change this to white. But nothing to trade in here right now. Probably let it go up one more time. Yeah, definitely let it go up one more time. Invalidate the bear div. So a nice strong push up that invalidates the bear div. That would be above what? 85. Huh. Either it does manages to do that, or it recovers all of this squeeze. Yeah, recovers all of this part from here. Starting from here, retraces all of this. Let me see if that's a golden pocket from where it is now. It is. How about that? It is the golden pocket from where it is now. I would expect for it to. No, actually, I was looking right here. I would expect for it to retrace all of that. Let me see. If I push this up, what would that be? 155. I like experimenting and trying new things. So, not that one. Let's see if that's possible. That 155. Bitcoin did what I said it was going to do, and that is if. Let me just look back at this. And that was if price came back up this time, it would break that level. Seeing a little bit of a rejection, but that means nothing right now. Yeah, I knew it wouldn't just freeze out right there. Yeah, maybe it just does. Well, that was close to the 786 again right there, but I don't know. So everything else is just going to follow that. Okay, I'm sorry to not answer your question. I see the Coin King jumped in and made a comment, and I wasn't here to answer you, and I apologize. It's his duty to let me know when somebody says something in the chat, and he didn't do that, so I apologize. Right now, the Bitcoin chart looks really, really good. The only way that drop happens to reclaim at least some of this right here would be if market opens and it does so. Right now, I can't tell you that it's going to come down. It hasn't invalidated any. I mean, momentum has still just been shifting higher and higher as opposed to breaking down. So, um, we are hitting some resistance on Bitcoin, but the chart looks good. You would still be in the middle of the range uh, trying to get into a position. The only way you would not be in the middle of the range is if price came back down to around here, which was the weekend stuff. I mean, what I'm saying weekend, the New Year move should be something somewhere in here, and that doesn't seem likely. And I don't think I would be looking for something somewhere off of this trend line right here. Somewhere in here looks like it might be overkill a little bit. Start it from here. Maybe take the liquidity over this line. It could be, hold on. Oh, I was trying to set that for a 50. My bad. And I couldn't tell. And then if it does, I expect for prices to go much higher. So probably be something like this. I always like to do a 3 to 1 or 1 to 3 risk to reward. So normally I wouldn't have it like this. I would scale it back and then leave a runner. Um, but I do think we push into here, which is where a lot of people are probably going to be looking to short. That'll be wrong in my opinion. And then we'll end up way higher, way higher. That would be a natural rejection. For starters, for liquidity purposes, it would be a natural rejection. But either way, the trend would be up. It's up right now, so yeah. But if you could get an entry, I say that looks nice, or maybe just a little bit lower, which would be this right here, just recovering the weekend. And the reason why I will not move this stop is because you never know if that'll play. You really don't know. But I like to follow the stop loss either way it goes. This would be my reassess on an entry. And this still keeps this uptrend intact. So no problem with this move, either here or here. And when I looked at this, Hold on, please. Hey. I can't think of anything I need, and I have to go to the doctor's anyway. So if I need to get something, I just stop back by the store. Bye. Yeah, that might have been the. I mean, above. If it comes back up and takes this out, then it's likely expanding, and you got nothing. You get nothing. But if it comes back, it'll be somewhere between like how I got it now to, I would say, just in here. And then it's going to go. Because this is where the daily breaks out of the squeeze right here. I'm hoping it comes back down again. I'm going to go ahead and bring this in a little bit more. Um, I've already TP'd one time and I've already set my stop for that pivot. I'm going to bring this in to 3. Get it a little bit more realistic. Market might open and do something like that, shoot up and break back in here. Wouldn't that be the irony? That's kind of like what happened to me on that is exactly what happened to me on this short position right here. It came back up and it stopped me out and I had to re-enter on that one. Because I tried to leave a runner and it came back up. But to anybody that's looking to long, I would not. I don't. I don't approve of trying to trade the middle of the range. Not for the long. Gets the pullback, it gets the pullback. If it doesn't, you need to sit out and wait for the pullback because you're buying at a point where you never know where it may decide it wants to correct. We don't know if it's going to authenticate most of this move to the upside immediately. It may not. It may come back first and then authenticate this move. But because yesterday was New Year's, they may come back and take some of this and then run the prices up. No, I still had that on C cash as I'm running my mouth over here about Bitcoin. Just in case I actually didn't have it over here, I dropped the stop loss on Bitcoin. I dropped it. It was set for a 50. It's set at 37 now, um, just slightly above this. My stop is actually for the actual wick here, wick high there. I've already TP'd one time. Again, I've already TP'd one time and I moved my stop loss to here. I was trying to allow this to push into here. It's not happening, but I did go ahead and adjust this down closer to this wick. And then I pulled the low entry in for the 3 to 1. I wanted to adjust that as well. And so that is what I did. I think the market looks strong and just hoping to get another entry long, but only if we're out of the middle of the range. I will not trade the middle of the range. Outside of the middle of the range is going to be somewhere down here and somewhere right here. So somewhere at this point or somewhere just around about this low in here or this start right here. This first rejection where we started to put in the bear div. Be something like that. Maybe even these highs, but we'll see. Just got to get out of the middle of the range. Momentum starts to shift if we break below this line. Then we can start looking at where that long entry is going to come in from. And hopefully it happens before I have to get up and get ready for my doctor's appointment. Because I don't want to leave you to think that this is the play. I'm going to go ahead and delete one of these. I'm just going to delete this one for now because I don't need both of these on the chart. I'm going to just go ahead and delete that one. So when it comes time to make a decision about where that entry is going to be at, we just got to start breaking this momentum first of all. Psychological level. Sorry. Psychological level is here. And again, that does recover what I was mentioning about what we started to put in the bear divs. It depends on how bullish we are. Let me see you. Get that off of here. I'm going to turn that one on. But I'm going to keep the 382.50 golden pocket 786. I'm going to keep that like that. Because when you're bullish, you tend to bounce around the 382 and the 50. So when you're in a strong uptrend, you don't tend to come back this low. And see if I can't find that example. I'm going to hide this for just a moment. Let's just say this right here, this move to here. That one just hit the golden pocket. All right. Golden pocket 786. %. A high golden pocket 786. Yeah, we were bear diving. I don't trust that. But obviously, if we did something like this, we would be out of the middle of the range. Bitcoin. Trying to decide if I need to take some profit again before. Hmm. Excuse me. Had 18 minutes on this candle. Hmm. I definitely think we're stalling and waiting for market to open. Let me see what S&P is looking like this morning, or at least see what. Um, Actually, let me see what coin is looking like this morning. Oh, beautiful gap up on coin. 15-minute gap up. Somewhat of a bear div on coin though, at least on the 15-minute time frame. And I know I don't have you on that chart right now. We did end up breaking this. Let me look at you from a 2-hour. So coin did get a little bit of a gap up in here. Right here, this was that monthly level for coin that I was thinking that we would sweep and hold, and we did sweep it again. And we barely got a move up on it. A little gap up right here coming into market open, but it's a bear div on that 15-minute time frame. But I like that. I like that. I'm gonna look at it from a 1 hour instead of that time frame. The settings are not for coin. For sure they're not for coin. I need to adjust it for coin. If I went off of anything right now, probably be, yeah, this down through here. Little bounce, no bounce. Bear divin. Bear diving. Still bear diving. So I would expect a continuation down here. We'll see. It might hold in this pocket and try to push up a little bit more. But nonetheless, it's still going to be a bear div here on coin. So it can be an indication of what we can expect for Bitcoin and come back into this gap or something. Let me take a look at yeah, I mean, there's really no better indication in my opinion than this. Probably come back in just a little bit, but definitely bullish on Biddy right now. Let's see. SPY's looking like. Nothing's actually changed in here on this chart. Put you on a 4. Pull this forward. I do want to check back on Walmart. I know I said I wasn't going to get into the stocks, but I do want to check on Walmart. But SPY, check back on Bitcoin real quick. All right. I don't know why I can't get my after hours data on this one. Why does it do that to me? But I can't get it. Still bear diving, so this time frame may not be a good one. You push forward, still bear diving. How are you on your weekly? I don't know how much more this is going to squeeze before it actually falls off. I'm still betting on down, downside. This could be a breaking point today. We'll see. 4 hours a good time frame for SPY. The only thing it's going to be right here is I think this time it might actually follow through with breaking below this pivot. It might have a chance at success. The only way it puts in some bullish divergence at this point is going to be if if price action is moving faster than momentum or something like that. Actually going with volatility over momentum. It's a better read. Be just like in here, seeing this bullish divergence. Slide this over. Just like in here, seeing the bull div through here. Whereas on momentum, you don't quite see it, but you can see it right here as it comes into that trend line there. Same thing right here. When it hit the trend line, it put in some bullish divergence, but the volatility was a lot faster than price action. So it's the only way this holds up this time. Put in some sort of bullish divergence against volatility. But I think it has a chance of breaking this low today. It might have a chance. And it looks like on that close on Wednesday, it was just sitting at the 20 SMA. So let me see how it did the last few times. It sat at that 20 SMA. Has a chance of actually breaking this again. I would just have to check back then, but I got to get ready for my doctor's appointment too. Same thing's going to go for the Qs, which actually looks a lot better though. I know with the Qs, I am looking for a retracement back into VWAP. But we got to break this. We got to get a breakdown from this trend line to the same way we do on SPY. And this, yeah, this is already. This didn't come all the way down as expected from this squeeze, unfortunately. This still looks like it's capping out. I'll delete that because it didn't play. This is actually rejecting the 20 SMA. Okay. Let me check on NVIDIA. I said I wasn't going to do this, and I'm doing it. No, I can't check on NVIDIA from here. Oh, this was that other spider setup, but it popped up. Oh, they hit it perfect too. Look at that. If it hit it. So now I can see you. So, and I draw the lines out differently from that one and this one. As you can see, try not to have a bias. How do I have this? Oh. I haven't done any updates on the stock stuff because it just hasn't made sense for me to. And I green across the board. Let me see. Look at gold with that rejection off of that trend line. If it'll come to what I need for it to come to, it's a go for me. But I got my doctor's appointment. I tried trading at the doctor's office on New Year's Eve, and it wasn't a good experience. See, Amazon. Obviously haven't updated this. I haven't traded it in a little while. I just done some technicals on it, but I haven't actually traded it. This never managed to come around to get into that because we played this out instead. So that never. I remember setting it up just in case it happened, and it didn't. So thank goodness it didn't. I can delete that now. See if I want to delete this. Yeah, delete this too. It's in the middle of the range. That's a squeeze on MACD. Last time it squeezed, you can see, yeah, you can see how the delta stayed on that zero line with this move right here down for the breakup. I don't see anything in here that's interesting. If it did, this high right here would be a possible retracement 200. Yeah, that 200 be a possible retracement down a short. Yeah. Check back on Bitcoin real quick. I see we're doing some sort of a move in here. You might have hit your spot for your if you took it off of my computer slowing down too. Not yet. Okay, so we finally did break below the support level. Let's see if we can't get that break below here. We need it. Otherwise, we're holding some sort of support in here again. Let me make sure my settings are on point for this. While you're looking at that, let me just make an update to this chart. Okay. Again, looking to break this that faded out white line right here, this ray right here. Looking to break this, get a shift in momentum. Doesn't mean it doesn't try to come back up a little bit, but it does start to change the narrative of potentially getting that long if this is going to be continuation. And the chart to me looks good. So, loving Bitcoin's chart right now. I'm gonna look back at Nvidia while Bitcoin is doing that. Just at least. I mean, I know today's Friday and the market was closed yesterday. Blah 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 blah. I'm gonna do this from this 2 hour time frame though. I actually like the way the 2 hour time frame reads. So if you were trading this 2 hour time frame, you can see like on a pullback, if you can get that pullback, this is the point right in here where it starts to be undervalued. According to the 2 hour chart, you start to be undervalued on Nvidia if it comes below that previous week low here. If it breaks that and then you start to see it trade down, what it's not doing is it's not necessarily going below a 30, and you can see that all the way back. Anytime it came down towards around the 30, it pumped there, it pumped there. You got some sort of a bull div down through here. So you didn't fire off any signals, and you can see the inverse right here, inverse head and shoulders right there on that move. Here, 30 again, and it pumped. So if it broke below here, you would either see a bounce from here, but if it broke below here, then you would be looking for somewhere about a 30 for a pump back up on Nvidia off of the 2 hour time frame. I like the consistency across the highs as well. It did fire off two signals in here. The initial first one, which did not play out, you got a bear div on here, and then that gave it the this little bit of a retracement that it got in here. Maybe it wants to finish playing out that bear div. And again, I would look here to see if we can't hold support in here from the previous week low. But a breakdown, I'll be looking for 30 again. And I kind of pair that against this position over here. In fact, I just put a fib on here. I don't really care for the fibs too much. I guess it just depends on what time frame I'm on when it comes to the stock. I really don't care for these fibs. I like this. That looks like it would be overkill. It looks like it would be somewhere more like it right in here if it didn't hold in here. But that's if you get to pull back. Otherwise, you get to break up, and then I would look for a rejection around this point. So I would look for it to reject here. And I don't feel like going through trying to fix it. So I'm just going to leave it at that 1-to-1. But that looks like a rejection. Wow, this is stalling on me. The two options is going to be here. Right around this previous week low. I'm actually going to put it on this. Yeah, I'll put it on this. And again, I don't feel like changing it. So that's one. And then that's in the way. I'm sorry. That's in my way. I definitely think that it comes back up into here, but I'm just going to do it like this for sake of time. Ugh. I don't know what that was about. Let me just do this. So I'm looking at this. I think if we're talking, got a little bit of a gap in here. I'm going to go with this instead. So here, or here on a short. It's been holding those lows. Been holding the low. Just want to see what that is. You can see why I put the potential head and shoulder measure stuff in here, but I mean, honestly, it hasn't really invalidated it, but I don't know that you get it. I guess it did invalidate it. All right, we're getting that break on Bitcoin. Yay. You should TP if you haven't already. If you didn't, I hate to be back and forth. I'm so sorry. If you didn't already TP, you should. Your first TP should be your 1-to-1 if you took it from this point right here. You took it from this point right here. Somehow I ended up getting in right here. And I had already TP'd one time, so you should at least TP once in here. And I already adjusted the stop by breaking it down a little bit closer to this wick, and I also adjusted the bottom, the low here, from to match the 3-to-1 in here, as opposed to how I had it a little bit further down here before. So we are breaking this, and that's good. Might bounce up from here, but that's definitely what we needed to see for a change of momentum. For a little change, that means we finally broke 50 because we were holding it. Yep, we broke it. So I can delete this. Finally broke below here. 42, 40 could be a bounce. 40 could be a bounce. And if you want to adjust your stop further, you can adjust your stop even more for here. Or, just let it, leave it as is for the wick up here. I'm going to leave mine as is for the wick up here since I've already TP'd once. Like I said, 40 could be a bounce zone. 40 just means that price action is still in a relatively not avoiding weakness, avoiding going into weakness on the RSI. I'll lose this one now just to have less on the chart. Did that thing again on Zcash that we talked about, but it's a little bit too late on it. So might still get a retracement down here for it. I should have went ahead and took profit on that. I should have on that Zcash. Oh, we rolling. Are we not? Okay. I still love the Bitcoin charts. I still love it. 34. Is that 50? That might be 50. No, not yet. 50 is here. I'm going to drop this one now. I was kicking myself initially because I didn't wait for the closure and so the entry could have been here, and I set it on that 786 instead, but it worked out for us, so that's good. I don't care if it hits this bottom or not, it worked. And you should have taken profit, some profit. And if you believe that we got a runner to come in a little bit lower to recover some of this bearish move in here, then even better, you know, even better. Let me check on my position that I have. My computer's lagging so bad. One is good. Thank you. Gosh, breakout interface sucks. For myself, I'm gonna go ahead and close out this short fully for myself. And I just closed that out for myself. And I'm only doing that because in a few minutes, I have to get ready to go to the doctor, and I can't be mindful of a trade while I'm at the doctor. Don't be poking me and stuff, and I won't have time to look at anything. But Zcash, I thought that it would have, been able to have a runner in here after that, but it didn't. It got that extra drop, but I'm sorry I wasn't on the chart to look at it to say, hey, I know that we were looking somewhere around about this 2.618. I think that's the 2. Yeah, 2.618. No, we were looking somewhere around about this, but it started to print again right here. So it's still trading in between standard deviation 1 and 2, or you can just do a trend line parabola if you prefer. I'm not good with the parabola thing. I'd rather just look at it like this. Still trading in here, so it's not letting up just yet. It's at a low though. I would have to say it's at a low. It didn't print any bullish divergence right here either. I know that because it started printing the dots again. Anytime it prints the dots again, it's not a bull div. It's still evaluating what the value is. So sorry you missed it. And you may not want it anyway, the way it's rolling over. At some point though, this will break. You know what I'd rather do? I'd rather see it actually take out one of these. For me, this is still in the middle of the range. It has to not be in the middle of the range. I know you won't be in the middle of the range down here. Ethereum holding this previous block in here as support. I did not take an Ethereum short. Solana, I did not take Solana short either. It did break this trend line down through here though. It's gonna come back. I don't really like this field pull. I lean on this 786 to be honest with you. With Solana, you still be in range right here from what I can tell. I haven't traded Solana anymore though. Two-minute till market opens. So thank you for joining me today. We did manage to get 2 trades in. I did not take the Zcash one. I already have a Zcash loan, but that was still a Zcash trade. It was a scalp trade, but it hit target. That was good. There was Bitcoin trade. If you chose to, I didn't highlight taking the Ethereum and the other ones, but they were doing exactly what Bitcoin was doing, and they all fired off signals. But I can only focus on one, so I chose to focus on Bitcoin. So that was the 2 trades for today's stream, and it's the weekend, so low liquidity after a holiday. But I still think the chart looks good. Well, actually, it'll prove if the chart is looking as good as it looks once some money starts to flow back in. Let me look at here. Um, the market is open. And as long as this is trading below the 200, it's not. Don't tell me I should have left that open. No, I'm good. I gotta go to the doctor. What's I gonna look at? Let me see what this EMA looks like. Verity started from here. All right, so that hit. This time I am gonna let the candle close. Liquidity of trend line taken. And again, for me, before I go, where I'm not in the middle of the range for me, is going to be one of these numbers over here on the right side. Average is what I'm usually aiming for. So if it drops down below, which would that's what you would get if it drops into this golden pocket. Like if it just drops into here right now, that's going to look beautiful to me to take the loan somewhere down here. Anything else is extra spice. but I will start to DCA. Hopefully, I don't have to DCA into a position. I will take it if it meets any of these numbers over here to the downside. This is the downside, this is the upside, and I'm usually aiming for this right here. So I will miss some trades, but that's my standard right now. Right now, this candle, the next candle would have to either this candle would have to eat its own tail, or the next candle would have to be trading above here, above this wick. And even then, this can flip into resistance. So for me, it's trying to eat its own tail. That's cool. Could be like that. I'm not going to short from here. That's the middle. I'll only long from here if it were to drop into here. Otherwise, a long I still have open is going to have to do, but not trade in the middle of the range is my thing. But with that said, I appreciate you for stopping by today. I am down to Crypto TA. I usually do this 5 a.m. Um, Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday. No Wednesdays and no weekends. I'm still trying to work that out. I'm still reconsidering changing the hours up too, because the market's been pretty, sideways, and it hasn't been a lot of trades for me to really take on stream. And all the talking I do, you may not take the notes, you may not remember it, you may go to somebody else's channel, get something different, and it all becomes a big mess. So I'm thinking about changing the streaming time, just to catch the price action instead. I was, 5 had been working out for a while, but mm, not so much now. Um, you can follow me on my social, down to Crypto TA. Also follow at the Coin King, and that's DA, the Coin King on X. I'm also on CoinMarketCap, but I have not been posting much. I really have not been posting much on my X account either, because there really hasn't been a lot to talk about or a lot to share. Um, the entries that were given were the initial entries from the low. And price has held that and just been sideways. So it hasn't been really a lot to talk about. But if I see something, I will reach out and say something. The only time I did tweet was yesterday, and it was in regards to this move right here. And then the other one was for the liquidity that was sitting in here, from, I think it was from this low. Yeah, it was from this low right here to this high. And both of them were only scalps. And so I modified this to make it into a 3-to-1 after it didn't hit this on the scalp. I then re-enter and modified it, and that didn't work out. Unfortunately, you don't win them all, but you'll win most of them. So um, yeah, if something comes up, then I will tweet something maybe later on today once I get out of the doctor's office. But again, I appreciate you for being here. You are please hit the like button. It really helps a lot. I know people ask you to hit the you don't have to comment, you don't have to subscribe. I love for you to subscribe. I would love for you to subscribe to this channel. Um, but right now I'm just asking that you will please kindly hit the like button. And I will see you in chat or Monday on stream. So here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Let me see if it's gonna pause out right here. If it breaks through here, then it's this was liquidity grab, and they're just gonna send it. Again, just not a place for me to want to take a new entry at. It says nothing to me by doing that. Nothing. So I won't be taking that. This is where I would think it would reject. And then, like I said, looking for it to come down and hit here. If it starts to stall before if it starts to step like it stepped over here, let it be. But if it's doing these big candles, then that's going to be different. It's fighting it. Like I said, if you're above here, let it be. And if it blasts up through here between this previous week high, I really don't want to tell you to try to short again. Like I said, I think this was your last short. This was the last short in my opinion before it goes to Valhalla. At least 100,000. Let me check back in on. Coin did fill in that gap we talked about, and then it bounced from that gap fill. Okay. So you did get that gap fill bounce. At least it's trying to bounce right there. Let's see. All right. See you in chat. Well, when I say chat, I mean X. Thank you. I love you. And I hope you have a wonderful, wonderful. But don't forget these numbers before I go. I'm just going to leave it frozen right here for a second, and then I'm going to go. It's really helpful. All right. That's